All right, let's get into it. All right. No. Let's keep a little bit of carbon in reserve for things like void upgrades. All right. Morning, Crafty. You might be afternoon, but it's morning for me. Right. Driftwood. I wonder, should I make a large, sophisticated barrel, but put the compacting upgrade in it as an overflow on this storage. So when I try and put something away, if it is like, oh, you've already got more than enough driftwood in here, all the rest of the driftwood ends up in there and automatically compacts into its more compressed states. like put it there or something like that. Lock it and set the filter to like all of these things that might start overflowing. Let's get to and then doot doot doot. You see, I'm of the opinion you take this recipe and then you just stick it here, and that's the one that should make the back and forth one that can only do 5 slots rather than have this go directly from a blank. Because, like, okay, yes, this is cheaper than making this thing, but this I can stick into a barrel. Heck, I'll use more of those eventually too. Okay. Like, worst case scenario, I need it for soul shards at the moment too. But something like this thing, which, like, I can move all these to, like, just the all sorted later chest. I can also walk my butt over here and go And then I can shove some of the more useless, miscellaneous ones of these on here for overworld mining in a bit. But walk this downstairs. I don't know how to set this as a lower priority than their main drawer counterparts, but something like this, only uncraftable. Or I could see I think I need to have it compact uncraftable because otherwise, like, I have to put in all the boards for the what she calls it, for the wooden logs and all that. Because they do have a wood variant of that. They can craft 4 of those, one more compaction, and it stops being a really useful thing. I think. Maybe it was just driftwood can do that. Yeah. You can make driftwood wood, which stops having a soul value, and you can break it back into planks at the cost of 1 log. So. But do something like take one of all these things that I might want compacted at some point that have a uncrafting as an option and go boop, 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 boop. Take these back out. Boop, 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 boop. Because these are all things that, like, when you bring them back from the vault, you want to start compacting them a little bit. But potentially will overflow if you haven't upgraded their storage enough. Now, if I set memory to select all slots, I moved the redstone down here someplace, right? Block of redstone. Hey, can you put this away for me, box? Or bag. Just stick all the things in the bag and then I'll hit the controller with the deposit. But I know that if it can deposit into this and then fails to properly deposit, it will put it in another storage that it can overflow to. And because this is listed as locked, I'm not going to get random things put in there like, say, bread I try and store in the system if I don't have a slot for bread or whatnot. But it will let it, like, come in and compress all these. Fine, I'm going to invest the initial... Like, this is such an expensive recipe just to handle knowledge at the moment. Like, this is why this recipe has to be this expensive. But because this doesn't have an uncrafting recipe, you can't use it with the compression yet. Like, hopefully it'll be one that gets fixed, but... for now I get to do... Like, look, over 2 stars worth of diamonds. Just so that I can make knowledge compact. Oh, and that's the most inconvenient one to reach because it's the half. There. Allow. I don't know which of those I need to put in the allow. But now it's set to only knowledge. Honestly, I wish I had a decent way where I could just put in an exception instead of, like, having the rule have to be true of everything. Like, unpacked, uncraft, make uncraftable, da 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 da. Or also allow this one. Sort of thing. But, like, I can understand. It would be a whole headache. There's currently a man standing next to my solar panel, and I should go and talk to him just in case he's got something I want. Remind me I need to do my raid farm again to refill on some of the witch resources and emeralds again. Sir? The one of the rarest things for somebody on Super Flat, and why it takes like 14 or 17 years to breed a blue axolotl on Super Flat. Anyways, none of that's things I actually need from him because I've located Tropical among other things, so. Thanks for the leads. I can make more hands if I need to for my monster. We're going to put the M's away. Then I'm going to stand here, put the leads away. By the way, still thanks for letting me know that trick. I hadn't caught that on a stream, and that's going to make such a difference. Because, hey, guess what? Guess what I know? I know leather exists somewhere in here. Anyways, time to go upstairs and... Random vague number that claims it's from my state, but it's not in my phone book. Like, it doesn't even have a name on it, so I'm going to assume it's not somebody who actually properly has business with me. It'll be probably somebody going, hey, insert sister's name. Did you know that you can help handle tax issues if you haven't gotten those filed yet? Because right now my sister is on an extension to handle her taxes from last year because of some oddities. Anyways, I missed the jewel sorting. Anyways, it'd be easier if this was hooked up to some kind of sort system. Let's see. Let's grab out the loose hammers. They have nothing else. No, I am not making a one that big, but this is a low enough hammer and mining size that I wouldn't want on a long-term permanent one. I don't plan on making a hammer for chest mining. All right. Player has an inherent 30, so this is now 58. So this exceeds the limit for once I've got haste 3 unlocked. But where's that old mining speed? I've got mining speed somewhere. And I realized I went to go and look at it the other day and then forgot what I was trying to look at. Okay, haste 0. Okay, those are really old ones. Deep Slate is at 55 with haste 0. It doesn't have deep slate ores. Vault ores is 103 if you've got no haste. Okay. Now the problem is, what's the speed of like... Okay. I think I need to go and re-reference something else. Minecraft Wiki. Here, Minecraft Wiki. There you are. Deep slate. The deep slate ores are hardness category 4.5. Which I believe also is the same as vault ores. Haste level is 0. And what did I say? I've got 30 base and... So, 58.8. Uh, 1.4 ticks to break. Yeah, I would need 41.2 more speed to make that insta. Which would mean I would need close to 8s on any other ones I added to this with the remaining capacity. And currently 6s are my highs, besides the legendary at 8. So I would need like 6 more legendaries. 7 if I removed one of the ones that's there. But this is currently just over base deep slate, so it will leave deep slate ores behind. And normal quartz and nether gold all use 3. And deep slate itself is 3. So this will do everything above the deep slate layer. Cobbled deep slate is 3.5. Okay. We are going to craft this. Right, I died in my last vault, so I can't do that yet. clearly I should take a Vault Enchanter over to the raid farm. I think I've got all the materials I need for making... No, I need to grab wart. Like, I can enable the farm using the vanilla method, but I can also... wart. I have not managed to steal wart from the nether yet. My map opens fine by pressing my M key at the moment. Double check whether or not your keybinds have an overlapping button with your map settings, because I know some of the mods use the same button, and that makes it stupid sometimes. Move filter. Anyways, I may die in the next little bit, but not pillager outpost, raid farm. Fine. I'll probably just have to start it vanilla. Yeah, might be that if you had the overlay map on M, it would cause problems too. But yeah. My overlay map for in the vault, the one that pops up over the middle of the screen, like, without opening it fully, is currently set to, Q, which my drop key is semicolon, so it's nowhere near my movement keys. Out. At some point, I need to make a system. Right now, this handles these things in the vanilla, but it means that saddles and things like that just get burned. And I should put a router up here with like a vacuum upgrade and set it to collect the saddles. And then ship them down here when I modify the storage system. So I'm going to keep that in mind. Anyways, I've got the levels I needed. So now, try not to die at the Nether Fortress. I need the inside portion, which... Here we go. Someone else has been here. Let's hope that they didn't... Cool. Completely devastate every bit of Netherwart. Fossil. Alright. That's what I needed. Oop. And then some. Right. And emeralds. That's restocked, which means I can now go boop. And if I'm going to be hammering, I want to do it as Silk Touch, so I can hit him with Fortune later. Right. I also need to go and This is why I was coming down here. Ah, dang it. I didn't pull one of the hammering, so it's 7s. Okay. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Why is it fine? Because technically I actually need it to be 11 for what I'm doing here. The only problem is I'm going to be down there in a moment. Mining from there. Anyways, let's go turn off the other two suppressors. Regret my life choices as I'm about to absolutely shred my food because hammering still counts every single block against your saturation and hunger. But that does let me do this real quick. Ah, that's nice. I do also want to hit this hammer later on with like some legendary uh, vanilla immortality to actually make it a permanent one later. But it'll work fine as is at the moment. I should make another warp plate and make a second attunement shard for coming down here from the suppressors, so I don't have to walk down here separately. Dang it. More. Ha. Baby zombie suffocating in the ceiling. Because it's a chicken jockey. Alright, that should be all the items that fell down here, at least. Magnet does not have a high enough range to cover the entirety of the hammer space, which is a slightly weird thing to say when I realize hammer space means something completely different uh, in context of most uses of hammer space that I've ever heard. But that's because hammer space is the fandom reference of an extra dimensional space that somebody can pull miscellaneous things from out of thin air. Most often seen by characters like... anyways, I'm going to slowly starve until I decide to eat. Then I'm going to not eat until finish clearing this area. Because if I eat before then, I'm just going to burn all that hunger and saturation. And I can maintain my health otherwise with the... Alright. Two, three. Two, three, four. Okay. Something, something, something. This is exactly why the baguette is not useless. You see, if I had a baguette right now, I could simply make my health stop going down for the entire time I'm working on this. But no. Everyone thinks it's useless. It is the most valuable, unique, for specifically doing mine runs. Anyways, have fun with Pneumaticraft. I know nothing whatsoever about the mod except the fact that it's got random stuff in the chests. Which might be how in the world you got all that. I haven't looked. Bonk. Okay. Sounds about right. Punch bow. There might be some downstairs now, still. Alright. Alright. Yeah, big threatening dude. Let's double check if anything ended up down here. Realize this means I probably am going to get some mobs in my storage again. Nope. Okay. Eventually I need to also fill this in with various blocks. But for now, glowstone. To be fair, I need more glowstone than I currently have, either here in my inventory or in storage in here. Because I need about 16 per chunk. Give or take. Wrong button. There we go. Press. Like, okay, yes, it's technically overkill, but it's still not bright enough even for, like, your viewing needs. You would want, like, glowstone at both heights. And I'll get it when I put the floor in. I'll also probably make a deposit upgrade for this at some point. But for now, since this is so limited in what it's currently got, I was not moving the stack upgrade. Thank you, Backpacks, for claiming I was. F3G. Step 1. Failed to put away most of the stuff because a lot of this, once the compression upgrades are ready. Step 2. Okay. Alright. Technically, this means that my lighting in my storage is going to be a bit wonky with where I put the controller. Technically, I should probably move the controller out by one on the diagonal. Or I should move all the glowstone one diagonal that way. And then just seal this wall and this wall one closer. Can't do that there. Anyways. The controller will be less work. Not to mention, later on, I do want to also, like, swap out this floor for other things. But yeah, I will just move the controller out one further. I should teleport upstairs real quick. Alright. Whoop. Whoop. And worst case scenario, I can go, hey, I need this actually to be one wider that way. Or I can just decide that I actually need to put up some, like, proper decorative walls, and I just put in a decorative wall there, there, and then do a swap on those to put in the decorative wall on those. Storage go burr. Yeah, and like I said, I'm probably going to need to do some more raid. Just to get more glowstone at the moment. Because, let's see. Yep. Boop. Like, okay, yeah, I could swap glowstone for any other full block, like, shroom lights or otherwise, but, you know. I can also go and grab one of the building gadgets at one of the storages and say to do all of this placing for me. It would be far less effort too. Just hop my butt over to like Dickies and grab it out of the storage. All the stone from in here. All right. And all that saved in memory. Okay. Save that all to memory. Save that all to memory. That's saved to memory. Ugh. Okay, good. That's all saved to memory like it's supposed to be. Yep. Yep. Now, what's not depositing? Doors I want to break apart. No, I do want my kiwis. Those can come back out. All cobblestone can stay out. Need the totem. Need to wart. Alright. Right. I would have picked some of the stuff up in while I was standing next to that. That tracks. I need to go upstairs and fortune this. That's fine, that's fine. I'll clean that up later. Okay, that's already done its job. For now. So back upstairs and mobs are spawning down there. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. At some point, I'm going to have to increase this to, like, actually doing it at a high speed instead of just the low speed, but, you know, for now... Boop, boop. Let's press abilities again. Back to the raid farm for more glowstone. So that's downstairs. That doesn't have a location yet, I guess. We... Let's see, that's one chunk. And I still need more, so... And I can't be raiding the filters, because that breaks the filters. Later on, I'll get to raid the filters, but that requires me to actually change out the, system. I think this works with... Aww. What do you mean it's not a stone? Okay, fine. Mines out more of the cobblestone. In theory, I need to put a magnet and bag suppressor here. So that the player isn't the one collecting all the stuff. But instead it's going to the system. Technically, that's enough glowstone at that point. Alright. Back into it. Let's get just a bit more. So these are all things that can show up in raw vaults. So they ended up in the main bag. Regular party here. Yeah. You see, one of the things I would want to do, take a one of the pickup or vacuum things and vacuum up all the saddles and then transfer them out, because I'm fairly certain saddles end up dropping while they're up here. think... Yep, that chain despawned. And that's fine. I was done using the farm at the moment anyways, because... I've got the glowstone I need most immediately. And... yeah. Alright. Compress. Alright, time to go deal with my storage, which will have mobs in it. Alright. Something, something. I've got more than enough emeralds in here now. That will probably last most of the season. Even if other people wander by. Which, feel free, people, wander by. It helps justify some of the effort I'm putting into this because, honestly, if I really think about it, I can live out of a shoebox for all intents and purposes. Heck. Decluttered. Emeralds. Redstone sticks. There we go. Let's do the lazy thing. Then let's put the lazy thing away. That away. All right. Um, let's decompress 1.3x. That should be enough for the area. Ooh, more of the set. I'm gonna ask Miss Crafty if this is bright enough, but the correct answer from her is no. No, I've based with you before. And you specifically mentioned it. It's why you always use the feral flare thing to put up all the lights around the entire base. Because otherwise, there are places that are just too dark, and it makes it really annoying to deal with, like, reading storages and things like that. So, I keep that in mind. This is still not quite as bright as it would need to be, but it's also like twice as dense as you need light-wise to suppress all mob spawns. And like I can always increase the amount of lights in here. Unfortunately, sophisticated storage doesn't come with a the front of the barrels always pretends like it's lit up so you can see the blocks or whatever's in it clearly. Anyways, I have a drowned in my wall because I haven't finished filling in that cave with blocks either. Dang it. That needs to be on the glowstone. But yeah. I got my overworld hammer to the mining speed I need once I get the haste 3 later. But for now, it can't handle deep slate ores. Because that would require like 40 extra. Yeah, I know. I should go and grab the building gadget. Be absolutely honest, I don't know what in the world I'm going to use this top floor for. I might actually put up some storage here, or I might just go and use this actually to do the farming. You know, maybe stick a router like here, or like two routers, one here, and do like cages and pots eventually to have some personal production instead of just the shared. Not because the shared isn't what I'm going to use a lot, but because by the very end of it, it'll be nice to also be one of the producers. So that I actually also am doing like something with the materials as I go instead of just like saving all of them until like greed levels and feeling like if I don't get enough greed in that the season was just me hoarding stuff. Anyways, I'm currently listening to YouTube videos that I'm behind on from my last audiobook run. And I'm currently on the episode made out of Iskal's stream where he made the bulk recycler this season, and it's like makes an individual puller for each of them, and I'm like, he could have done that with like one distributor. Okay. Don't know why it said that it was, well, fighting yourself then. But yeah. You got a decent amount of resistance on your gear? I should probably type that if I actually want to ask, just in case they aren't sitting on my stream. Anyways, I should make a deposit upgrade for the second bag so that I don't have to keep swapping this one. Store some stone. Store a bit of andesite. Grab one compressed dirt for the recipe upstairs. What else was it? I think it was like glowstone or redstone up there. Redstone, snowballs, eggs. Redstone. Now I gotta figure out where I put the eggs. Eggies. Eggies. Oh, right. And I have to make the stupid decompressor or I have to shovel them. And that shovel's not going to work for it. Uh, ugh. At some point, I need to make an actual mailbox. Well, post box so I can send it from my base. Rather than going to the post office. Yep. Like, I was standing in my storage. It was fairly simple for me to be the quickest person on it. Most of the other people also would have done it, so. Um. Alright. Because I need snowballs, I should make my first D crafter for compacted blocks, which requires me to figure out where in the world I put that stupid paper. Because I had it marked exactly how much of each material I need out of like the mixed metal boxes over here. There's the stupid paper. 8 copper. Da, da, da. I'm going to need 2 chromatic iron because I don't already have 20 Larimar. 2 chromatic iron. Five steel. 1 diamond. And 3 redstone blocks. All right. Um, Copper. 10. Bronze. Nickel. Iron. Invar. Copper. Nickel. Constantine. Okay. This needs to be iron block. That's why I've got the high cost on iron. And that's probably a 6, not an 8 on the nickel there then. So we can store the powdered of those. All right. And one plank of any type makes a hole in my wall just so that I don't have to go looking for one. Let's use a walnut plank. Step 1. I believe I need to make the Constantan gear to start. Because yep. I didn't quite make enough Constantan for actually what I need. Beyond the first time you make these, you don't need to use the chromatic iron, because later ones you can make in right, all of this should be the compact form. One for this. Two for this. That makes a multi-servo press. The bronze is excess at the moment. So maybe it was. In-bar plate. Did I miscalculate someplace? Nope, there it is. Okay. They've got the warp at spawn for that. And the eggs. All right. Okay. Aw. Don't have enough for that yet. Let's hit the sleep. Oh no. I'm no longer a hero of a village. Alright. Ooh, that one's harsh. Remove. 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 Oh, that must be part of Buildscape. Extreme. Okay, nope. That's it for there. Like, yes, there's more wooden in there, but not on a ratio that's worth hunting. Food, food, food. Hopefully at some point, like, I'll start getting the one thing I need out of wooden that hasn't dropped. Assuming that it isn't something stupid like it not being marked as scav and ending up in there. All right. Monk. Lag. Lag. Now I'm starting to get a couple of, it was a mana trap that I hadn't noticed. I've got a lot more wooden to harvest, so I don't have time to do the dungeon, no matter how tempting it is. $13 minutes. And I need one more soul charm and 4 more. Not that one, not that one. Let's go down here. Next room. Also, yep. Still need gilded anyways. Or room. Upstairs. Anna. $8 minutes. I have a decent chance of still completing this. I just need one more shard, which should be just a matter of volume. Like that. There we go. That's wooden. That's wooden. That's living. Wooden. Ow. And that's a completion. With 7 minutes left for shopping. Bonk. All right. Ooh. I've got a pog. Ow, where... Ooh, okay, that was close. Oh, boosted fragments. Gotta remember, it's a prismatic fault. Okay. I'm currently having like the weirdest distortion of like time in my brain head right now. Cause like I keep looking at it and then like it's like 3 minutes left and I'm like my brain is like that should be like lower. And it's done it like several times this fault. Like when I looked at like the 8 minute mark and it was like it just I expected to be at like 1.5 maybe. And then it was like okay. Like, yeah, that is 2 on the bone shards. I have to head south if I want to get to any room that I haven't been to before, but I just did the room immediately to the south anyways. Peek this one. It's a regular room. Do I see the turn in? Is the turn in down or is the turn in up? So if the turn in is up, okay. And I need about 20 seconds unaccosted to turn him in. So I should clear this one so I can be sure I'm unaccosted. Then 1, 2, 3. There we go. Complete. Let's head inside. And use the sleeps. Alright. 3 mod boxes. 3 jewel pouches peak. All of them disgustingly useless. Okay, not completely useless, but still. The wonders of opening jewel pouches in the 20s. When you compare them to like what you actually use late game, the correct answer is probably not. But like, I love how I got the ornate chest scroll from like the few ornates and the gilded, which I'm searching for a quest that also matches one of the things I was looting. Okay, did not end up as lucky hit. Need to make a deposit upgrade. So that I can use the deposit upgrade in more than one place. Alright. Any other faceted foci or anything in here? No. Recycle the good hat. That is some expensive scrap there. Artifact go burr. Orange is nice. 2 blank seals. Because it's only a chance at this low of level. I think probably I just recycle this one. Healing efficiency boots is probably not something I have to worry about. We'll put these here. Scrap goes in here. Artifact gets to live in here. Alright. Um, I think probably I need to just assign it one of these side ones. Pop. Blink seals. Uh, okay. Free fishing. I'll get that hooked up at some point. But I am not overly enthused with. Again, I don't think the storage link is actually worth the slot in the mod boxes. Like, okay, yeah, it's partially based on the fact that I know that they left the vanilla recipe in for them, but all right. Now, okay, most of this is going to go into random boxes upstairs. So let's do that. Let's see what things already exist in a box upstairs. Those things. This, you have to pulverize to get stone out of it. And it gets you a little bit of niter as well. Okay. Let's go and put some of these in the attic. Sandstone itself can come out. And smooth sandstone can come out. Technically, this is going to end up making glass, but that's fine for now. Hey, look, unpack it into sand. In theory, that also could go into the drawers, but like that only mattered back in the day when you couldn't get the compressed sand. For the longest time, using old compacting drawers, it would always go sand into sandstone, sand into sandstone. There we go. I need to speed up those machines once I start getting more upgrades. What else? I've got some unspent skill points that I should probably spend someplace to advance my build. I've got life leech. I don't need monosteel. And those all require much later ones. I need to get greater haste, which requires me to dump 6 more in categories up here. Which probably means... Yep. Once I finish maxing out greater speed at plus 40%, I'll then start on greater haste. So that's that next. I should go and get some of the modded stuff from downstairs and put it on shelves. How many ink sacs do I have downstairs, I wonder? I might have to go and hunt some squids. I've been playing too much Terraria. I keep pressing the escape key trying to get to my inventory. If it weren't for the fact that this is out of range of the chest monster upstairs, and I absolutely, for the thematic, want to leave the chest monster in charge. Okay, I apparently have no ink sacs anywhere. So, let's go hunting. Nice try. That didn't work. Not fast enough. Love vanilla vines getting in the way of sword attacks. Like, okay, yes, it also thematically works, but... Skeletons and zombies don't get caught on them for their actual attacks, just the player. Alright. And then tall flowers were just like... I need to mine that down again at some point. Tall flowers are just tall flowers and are easy enough to do as long as I've got at least one of them someplace. And even then, like, I can solve that by, like, I don't know, finding one out here. Use the sleeps. I probably should put up just a few more drawers, but I think I'll call it at, like, since I'm now at, like, 3 hours today, there's not a major reason that I should be consistently doing 6-hour days. Yeah, all of this should be downstairs. Because I think I grabbed anything that's, like, the vault and can be, altered out of any of the chests upstairs and brought them down here. That I had, at least. Don't know if this will be accepted in the, Oh, I had some right there. Never mind. Whether or not the Buildscape Spore Blossoms count as, Spore Blossoms for turning in. But I guess I will see based on it changing color or not, whenever it, asks for one in a recipe. Okay. Hey, look, this did its job. And that lets me know I need to come over here and go like this. I do want to get these proper compacting at some point, but you know, stopgap is stopgap. Also, let's see. All my jungle planks are upstairs. I should bring those down here because I use them for these, and I need to make a couple more because I co-opted one or a couple. Good luck. Have fun. Hope that particular arrangement of scav items doesn't suck too badly. Like, at least my last one wasn't too bad because it was like the Epic of the Wooden, and it's like, okay, yeah. It was 5 Epic of the Wooden, but... Let's grab one of this. And... those 5 are in fact completely extra. So I don't need to worry about those. Redstone torch. That's where I put them. Why am I searching for redstone? It's in here. Five, six, seven, and 1. 1. Okay. This decompresses into sticks. This decompresses into more than enough redstone. And we're just going to craft a whole buttload of these. Then I can stick the redstone in here. Get rid of that. I can stick the jungle planks in here, and I know where to find them. Alright. I don't know why I have compressed netherrack, but I probably should go. Netherrack, blackstone. No, coarse dirt. Okay. I should probably just add coarse dirt to the different things. Dripstone. Those can wait. That can wait. Tough, deep slate, cobble deep slate. Clay. Let's see. Overworld, nether. Overworld. It can wait. I'll deal with it later. That's its own category. Overworld. I thought I had moss already, because I have it between mossy and regular cobble. Or I have mossy cobble with, yeah. Logs. And like, I'm going to have to do the colorful, but I do want to do the colorful mostly as my wall. Acacia planks. Technically, I should put up planks too. They're not part of the things that get asked for directly, but I'll add them to the array when I do them. Sponge is a mob farmable. Any other loose blocks? That's a mob farmable for primary. Ice. And according to this, it's no longer in the altar that you actually have to throw blue ice at it. If it turns out that that's wrong, then that's wrong, but you know. Alright. Snow. Snowball. Alright, moss goes in there. Like, technically, sophisticated storage is going to be annoying to me for doing this, but it gets the deal. Because you can't compress or unpack into the clay balls from the clay. Clat clay. 1x. 2x, which actually, like I said on stream, it specifically means that there's an extra step when you get the, get the blocks out of the factory. Same with snow. And like, yeah, okay. I've already showed exactly what it takes to use snow as snowballs. And it's just putting in a multi-servo press set to unpack and specifically unpack only snow into snowballs and only do that when like the snowballs go down so that it constantly keeps it topped up at like, I don't know, 512 snowballs or whatever. Or if you upgrade this a couple times, you can get it pretty dense. But it's like, yeah. You don't get to deal with the snowballs and the clay balls just straight out easily. We're going to give Tough the upper one. We're going to give Cobble Deep Slate this one, then we're going to put Deep Slate in this one. We're going to give Ice this one. Then we need Compressed Obsidian, Netherrack, and then I think Basalt and Blackstone. Is Blackstone compressible? No. I thought that's what I was thinking from memory. So, Blackstone. Basalt. Let's go grab those out of their things. Oh, right. That's 2. Dripstone, Amethyst. Don't be mean to the cat. Alright. Netherrack. Blackstone. Obsidian, Basalt. The soils. I'll get in stone later. Pointy dripstone. Amethyst. Which I haven't harvested any amethyst blocks or really collected any notable amount of amethyst itself. Alright. Soul Sand. Soul Soil. Netherrack. No, that was supposed to be obsidian. Not that it matters too much, but... Obsidian. One, two, three. That means prime obsidian. Blackstone. Salt. So sand. So soil. Rips down. We do dripstone. Block amethyst. What was it that I said goes here crying? Then I need a 4 for endstone. Any other blocks? Calcite. Let's see. Stone, granite, andesite, diorite, deep slate, cobble deep slate, calcite, tough dripstone, dirt, podzol, wooded dirt, cobblestone, sand, sandstone, red sand, gravel, logs, sponges, glass wool, smooth stone, bricks I should do. Brick, no, just brick. I swear I've got some bricks someplace. Calcite's a 1. Bricks is a 2. Because you need it both as the item and otherwise, and you can do both. Mob farmable. Mob farmable. Mob farmable. Purper. Purper. So. Oh, and that makes this easy because, like, I assign the memory from this way. This one we're going to give Purper. And then this one was altar with brick. And it's item form. Those got assigned. Okay. So I think that's all the block variants I need. For like just like loose overworld blocks, I think. Knowing that Podzol and Mycelium end up here, I just need to go and collect some in the vault at some point when I get the right theme. Technically, I could do the other two ices because they're the compressed forms. Especially if I then plan on uncompacting them into the ice at some point. But, you know, I also don't necessarily want to make a 3 right there, which I could. I could just make that into a 3. But, like, it requires extra unpacking either way. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's blocks sorted. What's one of the small things? Do I stick flowers on the side? Tall flowers. Tulips. Small flower 1, small flower 2. Then Wither Rose. Base vanilla. Oof. It's always annoying when it's like the common thing gets you, because it's like, how rude do you have to be as the common item to hang you out to dry? Like, it should know better than to hang you out to dry. But no. Okay, technically the Wither Rose is a mob drop, but it's a flower. We're going to give this just the vanilla Spore Blossoms, and I'll figure out what I'm going to do about the modded Spore Blossoms later. Noting that the modded Spore Blossoms might just be like change out the one single Spore Blossom one for 2 3s. Between the vanilla one and the modded ones. Noting that, like, I have my corals as a bunch of 4s between their standard and their dead form. Chorus flower is a 2. All right, shift and look and jump. And continue to be annoyed at Pepperfly. Okay, that's weird. Your free camera keeps doing weird things. And I'm going to keep using it for specifically those weird things. when it gives me, like, why is it being done? Because somebody made a decision, and that decision gets to continue to cause you a headache. Is it a good idea that it's giving you the headache? Probably not, but it's giving you the headache. Alright. So among other things, I need to upgrade at least the standard flowers that are going to end up with the one from the golems, the poppies. Any flowers left? I thought I had tulips somewhere here. At least one type of tulip. Eh. There we go. Ah, don't the spore blossoms look beautiful? Yoink. Alright. Let's see. It's allium, azure, blue, corn, then it's dandelion, lily, oxeye, poppy, then it's orange, white, pink, no, red, white, orange, pink, and then this is L P R S. These are probably, yeah, flower plot. Flower pot plants. That's what those are there. Course. Flower. And it asks for coarse fruit itself, too. There we go. And technically there's some dead spaces there. But I need to move these chests in a moment, so... I'm trying to figure out whether or not that was aimed at me at all. I will eventually add rabbits to this storage stuff. And I think I've got a bit of rabbit already out and about. But for now, I'm still working on putting things away. Especially because I need to upgrade. What's the iron upgrade again? Essence. There we go. Then I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. It's people picking up animals. It is not a mention about something I'm doing on stream. Okay. Let's uncompress the one X compressed rather than compress into the regular redstone at the moment. Compress this. Oh. Make one. Make one. And then it was... This one already needs them. because I need to do a stack and a void on that. What all was it the void needed? And then the blanks required essence and Larry. Cactus. Cactus. Which I might even still have in some of my inventory at the moment. I don't remember whether or not I finished unloading all that. Right. Boop, boop. A void. And then it's various amounts of Larry. I think. Yep. Then we put this back where it's supposed to go. Then we go like this. Still one of the most fun tricks. Yay. Yeah, 2,000 copies probably is more than enough. It'll take a while before it actually starts voiding it. Alright. Now... It, Highly inconvenient storage. It's going to be a while before I can use it, but absolutely. Ooh, package. Wonder what it could be. Something, something. Look, I've only got 17 more levels before I can use it. It's a little bit of a bummer that, like, okay, assassin damage isn't too bad. And healing cloud and stun aren't bad. I might be tempted to say I need to hit it with some fundies later. Right, let's grab that black chromatic while we're here, because I'm about to be needing some black chromatic. Not that I don't already have it. No, I only need 18. And then it was, well, among other things, I need to make a base, which I believe is essence. Okay, yep. And all right. Compress, compress. And now that one works. Um, Clearly, I should upgrade this into a sophisticated one, and then just give it a single 3x upgrade. Right? Because that's how many I currently have sitting around. And then it was the blanks are yep. Okay, I over pressed the Larry. I over-prepped it. I'm just going to use it to make a copper upgrade. I stuck the redstone in here, didn't I? Now I can go like this. And then like this. I will say, even though I've got the legendary on the focus, if you manage to turn up a lucky hit on a shield, I always will prefer the defensive capabilities over an offensive capability for like a build that I'm not even going to use. Like, I I don't care to have a notable amount of extra mana, at least from any kind of this is extremely tactically useful for me to have. I just am kind of stuck with it because that was the first one I rolled. But I'm not using the Spirit Walk. I'm not using the mana. And honestly, like, the two sets that matter on this are the Lucky Hit and the Total Durability and Repairs. So, longevity. Besides that, it's like... So, do keep an eye out for if you manage to get a shield with it. Something, something. Uh, Crafty and them know that about me as well. From the time that I had 12 colossal chests in separate chunks, all connected to storage systems to cover jewels and gear. Sure, I was basing with, in theory, uh, it was two people at the time because it was me, Gicky, and Diana. But Crafty also was around and like would visit sometimes, but like yeah, I had a storage that was handling like I wasn't throwing out anything until I started like having to trim down all of the rares or below. Probably the fun thing right now is because of how I put the totems away. This is technically part of the overall storage system, and I can put totems directly away right there, and it'll go to those to that chest. Okay, so this is the last chest of actual stuff hanging out here. Hmm. Very possible. That would be zeros. So it's probably not saving zeros config. So it would be something where inside the config file, which the lazy way of getting to the config file if you don't know how to is uh, doing things like make a screenshot. Then when you open the screenshot, go up one level, and then configs are in the same level that the config folder is in the same uh, folder that screenshots are in. You assume that people know how to go up a level. Look, if you don't know how to go up a level, I'm going to have a hard time troubleshooting for you because, yeah. You should also be able to just like select what you call it. Select in the thing to open up the folder where it is, and then that should allow This is going to annoy me more because now it's in the way of my crafting table. Not that I can't get to my crafting table, but... Yeah, especially because if it's not saving your maps at all, not even as the, like, graphical one, like... although, did you... You updated recently, right? When you updated, did you, happen to, uh, do it as a new instance? Instead of updating the previous, pack? Not that I think that that's the most likely one, but it's one of the possible ones. Alright. I think I'm going to cut down these chests and call it. Because that'll give me room to work on the next batch of storage, which probably will be standard farmables. And I'll figure out what I put there. Because I want this to end up as at most a 7 again. Then we go upstairs, we put the tool away. We get disappointed that we don't have that much soul shards. Yeah, I think probably I'm going to do like farm stuff like wheat and seeds and all that in this area next, and I'll do that next time. But other than that, I think I'm done for the night or today, so I'm going to wrap it up. Okay. Feed the chicken. Feed the pig. All right. Bye.